Okay, so I suppose we are fine, right? Okay, so we got the link. We have the session activated. That's great. Okay, guys. So let's be working on the new stuff. Okay, as you remember, and as we talked, as you even maybe took a look on materials on the Moodle, right? We'll be talking about Java programming language. Oh, you knew that actually, right? Yeah, so the schedule a bit moved for the time and when I'm coming here because it becomes really not promising to reach here before 9 o'clock. Because literally there is the 5 minute gap between buses and it's not promising at all, as you understand. Well, and it happened this way. So yeah. Okay, so anyways, by the schedule today, we kind of have to have 4 classes, right? Okay, I really hope we all will survive, right? Okay, and anyways, as you know, we are working quite, I would say, normally without any pressure, without any. Sorry. Okay, 3 classes. Okay, yeah. Okay, let it be so. If three, then okay, let it be three. All right. So yeah. So I suppose things will happen normally, but you know, guys, you will have to get marks in the end, isn't it? Yes. So the procedure, as I was taking a look in the programming this practice document. Okay, I really hope we have Word. Yeah, we have it. Okay. Okay, so we still have such equations which have to be taken into account, but literally what it means. It means that you already guys can think of idea of which problems you could possibly solve with programming, and in the end of the practice, you will have to show your projects, which you will be creating during this time, and which you will be getting knowledge for, right? Okay. Do you have any experience related to Java programming language? Not yet, right? Okay. Guys, one of best compilers I would recommend would be IntelliJ. I uploaded the recent version of that, split in 4 files. But if you like, you can just download the exe file. You can hit on Google IntelliJ, and the first link will give you. Okay, maybe not this one. Yeah, so it has to be this one. Yeah, then you can download that. Yeah, and it takes, well, yes, something more than 700 megabytes approximately. Yeah, so literally that compiler, maybe I wouldn't say the best one, but one of those which are pretty widely used. And I'm not even hiding that particular I'm using exactly this compiler for such courses related to Java. So guys, I'm not really familiar if we can make installations here, but let's try. Okay, I'm not really sure why it's downloading 2 times, but okay, let it be so. What I didn't check, maybe you already have it here. No, doesn't look so. Surely we can create a desktop. We can add bin folder to the path.
We can't install it because we don't have any.
Okay, as far as I know, you have a login and password, right? Forms.
Yeah, but we need admin.
I can use my account. I will just hit my data. The only I will switch to English keyboard because it looks like that you have some differences in the keyboards. Is it so?
Just follow them.
Okay, it has to be working. Okay, so I'm switching to the English. Now, what this looks like. Okay, here, and so. Well, at least you have to put the shortcut and you need to add to the view. But those are just file associations. No need for them. Which keyword? So what did you do? So you just waited. Okay, let's see if it will be installed. That's really interesting. Here, those are just file associations. No need. And that's done. Oh my. Oh my, I will have to say administrator, you have this thing here. So you just waited, the window disappeared and installation happens. Awesome restriction. Yeah. Well, we can check on your computer actually if that really works. But okay, let's just type it.
Windows, Windows. Oj.
What happens? Oh. Okay. I really hope it will not happen during okay, installation asked this, right? Okay.
Good day, Mr. Lecturer.
Sorry, who's telling something?
Good day, Mr. Lecturer.
Oh yes. Hello.
Hello. I have a quick question
Go ahead.
from ISI Group 21I. Is it mandatory or a major thing to participate in the lectures? Because we saw a schedule and it's like during our work time.
Okay, so could you please repeat the question?
Is it a mandatory to participate in all the lectures, or we can just watch a record something and later on to give our
Okay, well, I would say I'm not fixing who is here, who present, and who is not. At least I was not asked for that. So from my perspective, you can even watch the recordings.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
But again, when it happens, if I'm here and if you have an opportunity, then it's better to come to the classes. You understand?
Yeah, of course I understand that, but the time for the lectures is at the time when we are working.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
basically,
that makes sense. That makes sense. Things will be fine. Don't worry about this.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. So anyway, says installation asks, so we need to reboot a system. Okay. So it means that I will be reconnecting the session when computer will be rebooted. So don't worry that I will disappear for a few minutes.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Wait a minute. Okay, so on my side, installation is done. Even with incorrect data. So you have seen I entered incorrect data, that M was missing. And it's still working. What is security? I will show you, don't worry about this. Don't worry. Even with incorrect login, it works. That's really strange. Okay, anyways, let's see what we have. Okay, the user agreement, it's understandable. Data sharing, okay, we're not sending that, it's not really needed. Okay, and we have well, they have community version. So I'm just curious why there is no community version. Okay, then let's. No, wait a bit. I don't really like this. Okay, those guys have a lot of download pages. Yeah. Okay, you know, I will put this link for you in the Moodle just in case. Because yes, looks like that particular page was offering us only the ultimate version, which is not what we need. Okay, where do we have text here? Text. Text in media area. Okay, so this link works. That's great. And let's download exactly the community one. Okay, let's run that. Yeah, community one. You can edit it, you can type in correct data. Let's check if that works. And then cancel. I'm telling you, it was working. Yes, you see.
So hard.
Yeah.
It's security.
Yeah, security. Yeah. It's the first time I see this actually. Okay, again, rebooting will be needed, but okay, well, what we can do? Okay, let's reboot.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
All right, so at this point, everything must be fine. Okay, so let's run that IntelliGI. Why is it still asking for the password? Ah, yeah, community edition. Yes, community edition. Exactly, should be around. Okay, and here we have the first window of that one. So literally, what we can do, we can create several projects. We can open the current one. We can actually we can connect even Git if we need. You know the Git, right? Okay. We can work with plugins if we need some. We can make some customizations. Well, for example, I don't really like the dark theme. I will take the lighter form. Okay. If you like, you can stay with the dark theme. It's up to you. It's up to you. So what we do, we create a new project. And then it's up to us to choose the programming language you're using. Okay, some of you would say HTML is not programming language. I would totally agree. But our case is to use the Java for sure. The next, the build system. Since we're using IntelliJ, so we'll use a project structure which is related on IntelliJ. Next, we have to use a JDK. Okay, who knows what is JDK? Okay, have you ever installed libraries from java.com?
Yeah.
Yes, so it's exactly the similar libraries. The only such one is a bit extended for developers, but idea is the same. To run the software, you need libraries. Here we have libraries plus developer tools. So we will be downloading JDK, and for example, we can take the latest one. It's not the problem. So in my case, it's version 20. Let's download that. Let's wait a bit. Literally, what we'll be doing, we'll be writing code which will be converted to meta code for such JDK. It's like when you work with Microsoft Visual Studio. Did you work with that? Yeah. So they compile code for the same execution. So, but difference is that here we need to have JDKs and SDKs, but in case of Visual Studio, we need .NET Framework installed, right? Okay. So here we are fine so far. And next, we need to choose the project type. Well, the new project will be the console type application. If we need to have some visual side, then we can use a JavaFX. Firstly, as you understand, we'll be working with the simplest one, so it will be the console application, and only then we will start to be working with JavaFX. But we will be doing that. Okay, so since we have all of this and we have even the sample code, which generates the first function, like the main function, we can press create button. Well, in advanced setting, there is nothing interesting. We are pressing create, and we're waiting a bit for, yeah. Well, what we have, it might happen that we will be having the code, some of the code generated, and in the bottom right corner, we'll be having the progress of a so-called Gradle. Well, Gradle is kind of a compiler's helping tool. So it always loads the new version, mostly, and then recompiles the project. So it works. Sometimes it takes a pretty long time. So what we have here, because we have to be a bit familiar before we will start analyzing the codes and start working with the codes. Here on the left side, we have the project structure, which consists of idea folder. An idea folder is automatically generated one. We won't be dealing with it. Next, we have the source folder. In the source folder, we can structure our files in modules. Well, literally, we can make the file tree which we like, and then we have libraries which are available to be used. Surely, if you like, you can take a look on some classes which are available. All this is openly available for you, like in Visual Studio, actually. So no problems with that. And sometimes, especially after a compilation of the project, we have additional records here in which we have settings of the project. At this point, we have only one library attached. It's GDK, which is the full implementation of this language. Okay, so at this point, we have only the main file, and what we have inside it. So inside this, we have the class main, which contains the main function, which has some arguments. Next, we have a printout. Well, literally, this is the way how we print out information in the console. And we have just an example, which previously was not included in the sample code, which basically shows how you can combine different data types into one, for example, a printout. So you see, we have I variable, which is the integer, and we just add that to the text. Literally, the paradigm is very simple. If you add something to the text, you add the textually. I'm more than sure that you know that other programming languages can work in a similar manner. For example, PHP. Do you know PHP? So it works there in the same manner, isn't it? But in PHP, we use point for that, not the plus, as you know. Okay, so what do we do afterwards? Well, we can run the static functions here from the editor. So you can see you can run the whole class, you can run the function, or you can run only the main function, the main function from the class. So we can click that. Well, compilation worked well. The next execution happens, and we have our text in this in such console given. Because here the output in the editor is given in such console type. So we're not launching a separated console. Everything happens within this IntelliJ tool. We're good so far, yes? And everyone run that, isn't it? Yes? Okay. So the only thing is related to language itself and trying to get how that works. Okay. For that purpose, we have tons of materials prepared. Actually, I just uploaded yesterday for the basic files, which I suppose we will need to go through. Because I literally have tons of materials. I don't know why this heading always appears in materials. I didn't find out why and where I have this text. So if you can find out, please let me know, because that just kind of disturbs me a lot. Because I have this discrete math in every file. I don't know how to take it out. I have no idea. Okay, so yeah, so our presentations, as all the time, not very nicely looking, but who cares actually? Okay, so the Java. Literally, the interesting thing is that Java is mostly object-oriented programming language. Afterwards we will find out particular cases why it happens and what we deal with based on that. And there are a lot of classes which we can work on. For example, there are mathematical functions. For example, in C++, we had them as well, right? We can work on complicated equations in a simplified form. We can make function executors, which another really interesting stuff. We can create even, we can create whatever things actually. And the good thing about the Java programming language is that the core functionality is well documented. Yeah. A specific thing which I would like to maybe highlight is input-output possibilities, because they will be way more different than in C++ and a bit stranger looking. If we are assuming that we have only C++ style for that. No, unfortunately, it's not so. Okay, so the interesting thing is that Java as itself can be used pretty differently. And maybe you know, or maybe you don't know, that literally there are two different Java programming languages available. One of them is used for a server backend, which we're not talking about at all. And another one is for the standalone applications. And that's the exact case which we are talking about and which we will be applying. So the backend Java is very, very popular. Maybe you know, guys, already some backend programming languages like a PHP, maybe ASP.NET, right? And the Java. Well, if we will try to maybe somehow classify them, then the PHP is the lowest level, as it could be. ASP.NET is somewhat higher, and Java is way more higher. But in the same time, documentation about server type Java programming language is available, but you have to know how to search for that. And it's really specific, but it allows to make really complicated web applications. And I would really recommend you in the end to try on your own to take a look on the backend Java. Okay, so what the source code consists of? Well, those will be Java extension files, and in most of the cases, we'll be naming those files in the same way as we name the class, which is stored in the file. That's kind of globally assumed approach, by the way. So, yeah, what is interesting? The interesting thing is that what is Java exactly? Okay, programming language. Sounds great. But how it works? In the same way as the framework, .NET framework works, but with the small differences. We run a so-called a Java virtual machine, and the application we run literally is being run inside that virtualization. And we get in the end a result from the virtualization. So it means that Java works in the same way or in the similar way as, for example, VMware works or Oracle, well, these times, Oracle VirtualBox. We all know VMware or VBox, right? So it works in the same way, but we don't really see that. But in the memory, if you like, you can influence that Java machine. And you can influence that in a way that it gives you incorrect data, or it gives incorrect data to the application. All this is possible. So yeah, literally compiling and execution can be imagined in a such way. So we have sources, we somehow put them together. But what does it mean to put them together? Well, it means that we have the achieve. Actually, it's a regular zip file with another extension, which has all of the sources in the plain text written and resources like pictures, maybe media files, and so on and so on. Which means that by compiling, we're not protecting the code. We cannot do that. So some people, to protect maybe access data, they somehow encrypt their passwords. So for example, for communication between the client and the server, and then implements an encryption mechanism inside the application. And in most of the cases, as you know, there is a possibility to license not the compiled code, but the technology. For example, well, what is the biggest example in the world about this? Unreal Engine, right? You have all of the sources, right? But they're licensed. You can take them all from GitHub. Did you know that? No? Really? Oh, that's strange. But okay. Well, I don't really remember if I have GitHub. I'm not really sure if I will be remembering my password correctly, but anyways. No, not this one. Maybe this one. No. Yeah, for me it's a bit okay, and even not this one. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh well, and I'm not using complicated passwords actually. Previously, I was writing chemical equations, and yeah, I don't know. Here. Honestly saying, I'm always struggling with this password. Why people don't use USB sticks with all of the passwords inside? I mean, why doesn't it happen automatically? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So for example, I'm going here, and yeah, here we have sources, all of them available. But how to reach here? Well, you have to write your GitHub account in your that Epic Games account, and then you will have access to that. Makes sense, right? And this is one of particular examples that you can literally license the code, and that will be yours. For example, there are a lot of other solutions, like for example the MATLAB. Do you know the MATLAB application? Yeah. So it's written in Java. Yeah. Yeah.
Можно я буду просто?
Хорошо.
Вроде можно и посмотреть файлы и скачать.
Не понял, что можно скачать?
Вы GitHub, ну, в этом, где показывают
Окей, дело в том, что вы, окей, so the idea is that you cannot reach to that repository publicly, if I'm not mistaken. Because you can hide them. For example, if we will go to the maybe Epic Games profile, or maybe let's type them in such way. Okay, we can find out in the searcher. Well, if you can, then you can show me. If you can to find out. Because, and anyways, yeah, repositories, and you see it's not there, right? It's just not there. So we can reach that only through the registered account. Okay, so makes sense, right? So we have to protect our codes, if we like, by licensing. Compilation will not help. All of codes are available all the time. Okay, but anyway, so what are those codes? Literally, they will be literally the collection of classes, collection of resources, and all of data will be available in a plain way. The only interesting thing is that the class. What exactly the class is? And the class literally is the instance which contains methods and variables. Well, something the same as the structure in C++, as you remember, right? But only containing even methods. Actually, it's a bit broader, but at least at this moment we have to deal with such a definition. Okay. Another thing is that we have so-called packages. Maybe you have seen. Oh no, it's not showing here and anywhere, but we have a so-called packages. The package is something as the namespace, which we give to our application, and then we can access files and classes using the namespace only. These things are available. Okay. So when we create an application, for example, with some, I don't know, starting code, for example, what we will have? We will have the class, which will have the same name as the file name. And then we will have the public static void main function. Literally, that's the beginning function. But it's interesting that we can run them, and what makes it possible to run them without connection to other elements? Well, exactly that they are static ones. About static, we will be talking. Separately, but the idea is that everything that's static basically is not related to the instance, but already related to the class itself. All right. The interesting thing is that we can always create the hierarchy of elements, the hierarchy of classes, and so on and so on. If some of you are familiar with OOP, so it's not the same as the OOP. It's a bit differently implemented. But we will be talking about this. Okay, maybe we can pause this one. So what's about the basic programming? Well, I would say that Java is somehow was created really looking on the C language, because Java appeared after invention of C language. And as you know, as it happens in society, people take the best things from one programming language, they use that in another one, the same like in whatever field, right? For example, have you ever heard or have you ever thought why for iterations we use IJK letters? Why are they so popular? Do you know? And I bet that in most of examples you have seen IJK, right? When you have loops, isn't it? In literature, in books. Or you don't read books about programming. Okay, fine. So anyways, why it happened? Well, it happened actually because the first programming language which was somehow possible to be used for commercial programming was the Fortran, as you know, right? Maybe you know. And there were a lot of applications written on that, and a lot of developers were actually not programmers who worked with that, but they were mathematicians, and they used loops mostly for mathematical computations. And what they do what they use for example, field definition or 3D definitions, they use unit vectors, IJK. So that's why it became so popular these times, using IJK for these things. Yeah. And in the similar manner, actually, another goodies were taken from those times. For example, names of primitive data types like byte, short, int, long, float, double char, and so on and so on. Such basic data types, they don't need to make a so-called dynamic creation of the variable. You can just define that, and you already have the instance of it without any problem. Okay, I suppose everyone familiar with these data types, right? Okay, may I ask you what's the difference between short and long as data type? Okay, we can see if we check data types, right? Okay, what was the short and what was the long? No idea. The same they're defined in C language.
Bytes?
Yes, extension of bytes. So if integer is a default one, then short is double less as amount of bytes, and long is double big. But we can combine the data types. Okay, is there anyone who checked c++.com website, which I showed you? No, no one? There were full descriptions of data types and how we can combine them. So no one checked that, right? Badly, really badly. I recommend you to check if you will have a time. And the same is applicable here, that you literally can make a long, well, for example, you can use the data type unsigned long. So it means without a sign, quadruple of bytes as for the integer. Why not? And you have, and you can store very big numbers. Okay, so let's just pause this. Yeah, so let's talk about the ranges. I suppose things about ranges are clear, right? So that initially, when we don't use unsigned prefix, then we can use both negative and positive numbers, right, for the range of possible values. And since we're using a so-called I don't really remember that name, two's complements approach. So you have for one operation more for the negative value than for the positive.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Okay, so now it looks like things are fine. Great. Okay. Yeah. So what is the class actually? You have to think of the class as. I will give you an example. So let's say the class is a recipe, and the instance, the variable which you make by the class is the cook meal, right? So you can use the same class for cooking, let's say, 5 meals, right? Makes sense, right? Like the data type, like integer, right? You can use integer for creating 5 variables, right? But the only problematic with classes is that if you have an instance literally operates with the reference into the memory. An instance holds in itself literally the integer value, which is the address in which in computer there is implementation, there is a data of the object made by the class. And if you assign one instance to another instance, you're not assigning the values, and the values doesn't become equal. You're given the reference from one variable, from one instance to another one. You rewrite that, and the first becomes unusable anymore. And you have two variables that work on the same memory. Make sense? Okay, if it doesn't make sense, that I will use the paint. Okay. It's like you're creating a data. Okay, let's say that let's imagine this in a such way. The first instance is stored in the memory with the number, for example, 10. The next one is stored maybe in the memory cell 15, right? And you have variables. For example, you have variables A, which literally by the fact has the value 10. And you have B, which literally has the value 15. But we don't know that. We don't see these numbers anywhere. If you have some subvariable, for example, C, which is subvariable within each class, to write a value C from one to another one, you would need to do the following. So you are taking C value and you assign it to the C value. That's it, to the C variable. But when you do this one, A is equal to B, you literally say that after that, A will be equal to 15 and B will be equal to 15. And we are not having the access anymore to this data. We don't have that address. And it means that A and B right now works on this data. That was the most terrifying stuff for classes and for instances. And if you know that the data type is the class, don't assign class references. The variable to variable, never do that. Makes sense, right? How to check if the value or if the data type is class? Let's say in the code, I will create the variable with the data type string str, for example. So what we do? We press Ctrl and we click on the data type. So is it class? Yes, we see it, isn't it? Yes. So we'll never do an assignment from one to another one in such cases. What if we would have maybe integer ABC? So you see, for the basic classes, which allows assigning from one to another one. We don't have descriptions. Makes sense, right? Okay, that's the way how you can check if you can assign a variable to variable. Okay, let's move forward. Comparing objects. Well, comparing objects works in the same way. We don't compare addresses. We compare sub-variable data. So the same. We're not comparing A to B. We're comparing A.C to B.C. String buffer. Maybe we will pass some of these things. Yeah. The difference here you can find out will be related to, for example, arrays, because arrays are defined in a bit different manner than we had in C language. So how do we define them in Java? We use a data type. We use a variable itself. We say that will be the array, and then you literally create a data type. Literally, you create such data type elements. So you'll have to say how many elements you will have. That's maybe the only difference between the arrays between C and Java implementation. But most of it is the same. For example, if we would need to create, let's suppose, an information storage about persons, right? So what we can do? Okay, well, we can do the following. For example, we can characterize the person, right? Saying that person has some sub-variables like the name, first name, last name, maybe ID number, maybe some information about the birth date, as well as there could be some additional variables if we like. In the end, that class will be working as the data type, which can be used for making variable based on that. The same like the structure in C language or the C++. Okay. The next thing is will be related to a so-called constructors. Constructor is literally a function which will be run each time you use new operator. You know the new operator, right? So we actually have seen that for the arrays, right? A few slides ago. Literally that creates something. And when we create a class, we literally run a function or the main function of the class. And the main function of the class, well, the main function of the class is the constructor. And what's the interest about constructor? Once you create a variable, you can already give default values. For example, here we have arguments, right? So it means that when we create the person, we can give in a one shot all of this data, and they will be written to the class. What's interesting? Here we have such a reference as this, and reference this for the class means that we're dealing with for the class defined methods or variables for the instance. So they're not related to the class. They will be related to the instance. But by the reference this, we say that they are defined inside the class, not inside the function. I will give you an example of constructors. Afterwards, we'll be talking about them more specifically. But anyways, let's suppose we will have the publicly available class. Let's call it this person. Literally, okay. Well, why we have person is public should be declared. Okay. Let's move that to another file. I don't know, guys. Can you see the codes, because you're kind of not telling me anything? But if you can see the codes correctly, do I need to enlarge them?
Yeah.
Okay, so why you're not telling that? Oh, why are you afraid?
Oh, I can see it.
Okay. So let's go for the settings. Let's go for the editor. Maybe general. Oh no, fonts. Okay. Let's say we'll enlarge this till such one. Okay, is it better? Yeah, great. Okay. So we will have a string first name, right? We'll have string last name, right? And we can have and we can create the person. Well, how? Well, for example, here we'll write the person A. Then we'll have the person B. If we will print out information about them, right? Like the person A point first name. What we will have? Nothing. Or we will create that. Well, yes, let's create that in a such manner, because this is not the default class. So if I will run this main function, what I will see about the first name? Well, I will see nothing literally. Okay. And especially we have errors, right? So we have text equal to nothing. Yeah. It was not even assigned. Okay, surely we can give a default value like maybe the empty text. Okay, and it might happen that we won't have the error message anymore because date is defined. Yeah, so date is defined. But the interesting thing, well, how I can give values to those variables when we define the person? Well, we will make the constructor, so it will be public void function. Well, I'm just thinking if we need to have the void. No, let's just take that out. And here, guys, we can have again texts, and let's say those texts are same, they equal. And I suppose it will be an interesting example. So they equal. So how can I say that the first name is this variable, not the argument? Good question, right? In the classic form of the C language, when we just have the function global variables, we would say there is no such way for doing that, right? If we're not dealing with classes in C language, but we only with those things which we overlooked. So we would say, okay, maybe we cannot do that. But by the reference this, we get access to the first name. And when we don't have it, it means the variable was not defined within the class for the instance. So that's this good thing about the reference this. Does it make a sense? Okay, let's copy these things and let's use the last name as well, and let's pull them. Okay, what do we have here? Two related problems. Yes, here. Okay, let's call them. Let's call the person somehow. I'm not really good at naming, so yeah. Okay, and what will happen now, guys? Well, we have the value. Yeah. So, and I would like guys to make one trick. So, if I would say that if I would be making this one, what happens? Okay. So what will we receive in the end here? B? No, it will be A. Because we made a sign, right? In the same time, what will happen in the following case? When I will be right now telling that the first name of such B variable, right, will be someone. So what will I get? What will I receive here? Why?
Because A equals B, and then you only have B.
So two variables works on the same memory, right? Yes. So that's the most necessary thing to remember. And we have the result. Makes sense, right? So what would happen if we would just say that the first name from the B will become the A's first name? Will it change something? Now we take the text from one and we put to the text of another one, right? Okay, let's see. We have 8s. Okay. Uh, you know, since here we have such access into a data, we need to literally check if the class has something, some possibility to not to give back the reference, because here there could be an interesting case, because literally this is the class string, right? Which basically has well, literally we can find out the function which gives back a text when we apply that public string value. Yes, so literally it means that when we access, in this particular case, guys, when we access the string data, we take the data, not the reference. I'm not really sure if it's implemented in such way for all of the versions of Java, and if there is no, and if there is a difference for the C language, because some of implementations they have the same approach, some of them give a reference. But again, only this saves our situation. Does it make a sense? Okay, maybe not really at this moment, but anyways. But anyways. Okay, so I think we are good so far. Well, maybe let's pause some of maybe not truly interesting information. Okay, maybe file reader will take afterwards, but you have to know that we can read data from the files. All this is possible as well, and we literally can print information in a very different ways on the screen. For example, using formatting, like in C language. This is possible, and we can do that. we're using print stream for that possibility. Yeah. About other things from this presentation, I suppose it's not very interesting. But I suppose as the very introduction, it's enough for now, right? To get what we'll be dealing with, right? Okay. What's about the timing? If I'm not mistaken, we had somewhere the timetable. Yes, maybe here somewhere. No?
We have minutes. Yeah, and we will have 1 hour lunch break.
Okay, 1 hour break, right? Okay. But where is the schedule? Ah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, we will have 1 hour break. Okay. So the next thing which we'll be dealing with is trying to get a step-by-step simplifications of classes. So it's clear for us that when we create a class, we use operator new, right? And we use parameters which you previously defined in constructor. By the way, constructors can be different. And yeah, so that's the way how we do that. That's the way how we created persons previously. So literally, the paradigm of making the instance is the same, and it doesn't matter which class we're using. It could be the object, it could be maybe the cat, it could be the scanner, which is one of basic classes, and so on and so on. By the way, by the scanner, we can read information from the terminal, so it's the data input, not just the output available. Okay, the buffer reader can be used, the cat can be defined, the person info can be made. All this is made in similar manner. The constructors. Okay, we know that we have to use parameters, we have to use the modifiers which are defined by the programming language, and we use the coding. Okay, so here we have an example of the point definition, which has x, y parameters. So what else? We have constructor, which literally sets up x and y values. Oh, okay, here it had to be y, but it doesn't really matter. And we specify the point using x and y, which are available there. Okay, the good thing. All right, the constructor call. So are there any limitations related to constructors? Yes, there are. So if we define two variables, it's like when we define functions. If we don't have same data type list of parameters, then we don't have the function, right? So for such a particular constructor, we will be able to make the first call, right, from all these three calls, right? So the second and third will not be working. Makes sense, isn't it? Okay. So, for example, you can have even different constructors available, but you have to define them all. And for example, in some cases, you're not dealing with some data. For example, you're not making the age for the cat, which means that you have to somehow say that the age of the cat, for example, is unknown. So what you do for that? Well, you specify initial value, which couldn't be correct in any case, right? And it means that if you set up the age, so it cannot be such value anymore, right? Yeah, so that's the idea. And in case of these two constructors, you already make possible to run such constructors if you like. So you can define cat in two different ways. Mentioning name and the age and mention only the name, that's it. Are you good so far? Okay. Oh, okay. The time for the lunch break looks like, right? Okay. So yeah, so let's have the lunch break, and afterwards we'll be continue working. By the way, guys, what a nice places here to have the lunch.
You want restaurant?
I don't know. Just give me some examples. Because I know here only Uno Pizza. That's it.
Food Lab. So there's expensive place, but it's very, very nice, very good food. So Food Lab.
Food Lab. Yeah.
For me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Here's one of laboratories.
Oh, hi.
We have
Yeah.
guests from
Yeah, hi.
from Poland.
Hi.
Our teacher from Latvia.
Latvia, oh,
Yeah.
exactly. Nice. So now we are multinational.
Actually, I forgot about your those.
I have those papers, you can sign them.
I can sign them because when you call me, I've been in Nuremberg. I cannot change anything.
Things are fine, don't worry.
Okay.
If you're talking about ATMs, I corrected them.
Okay.
I just use paint. I just change those texts.
Okay. But I can sign the new one.
No, things are fine. It's not submitted, but
Yeah.
Some people.
From some subject.
confirmation.
They have
I'll write the
Java
confirmation PDF. Come back to my home,
Also,
to my office like in 1
They
hour.
come from via
And I
us,
can
and he also working as a
You can
teacher.
just
We invited to take
It is not serious and not serious.
yeah,
Is it one for me, one for you, or it's for different days?
yeah.
And you can
This is just for the next week. And it's
What I got in.
choose the last
see
one.
there is a dancing fountain.
There's a contact, the music.
Yes. We should see when.
I'm not going to write a position because I don't have any stuff.
Every day or something?
I don't know. We should see. Last year it works from Wednesday to Saturday in the evenings when it is dark.
Send both or
But we will see.
Always with that.
Is it because-
Because anyways, next week I will come. I don't know if you will do on the site or you won't, who knows?
I'm not local, but I
You're not
live
from
here 25 years here, more than.
You're not from Ghana?
No, I'm from Chile.
From South?
From here about
that's
1,500.
I think you'll think about something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, things are fine. Things.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks
Okay.
like things are running.
And actually I can review those.
I made them on their side.
Okay, that's
They're
it.
fully signed.
Okay, I put it. Thank you very much. It's nice that I can see you. That is what there is our guest teacher from Poland, from Gniezno. So also with type of medicine.
Anyways, I was about to call you because we have to manage those papers.
Yeah. Even it's easier if I'm you.
And you're from Riga?
Actually, from Lipa University, but for me personally, it's not only Lipa, it's even the Riga, and not only that. And not only Lisbon, yeah.
I was twice in Riga, twice 1 week for the NATO conferences in the Center of Excellence. The warfare center, the NATO university. Nice.
Yeah. Actually, if I look around how many universities I in United States, including School of Economy, then special courses like with computer security and other stuff. As well as I'm just looking at all teacher.
Excellent.
Actually, I would say kind of programmer. I run some startups.
Yeah, what you could do.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because we have to move all the time.
I think the same. I can see that.
Well, yeah, my
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Oh, and by the way, I don't know. Maybe I can share my business card, but this will be an academic one.
I have.
Because I run of my exactly business cards, but doctoral student card is.
I give you my private because
Okay, great.
picture I just see in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
That's my, not my academic, it's my second life. It means the business.
Okay, great. Okay.
And our students from online courses, they are connected.
They're connected, yes, you can check. At least Thomas right now is connected.
Maybe they were.
There were more of them. That girl,
They have
Alona,
information.
if I'm not mistaken, she was
Yes,
connected as well. And a few others, yes. I don't really see who is connected because I'm just showing students stuff, so I just don't look at that. But I suppose we can see that at record. No, at recording we see the screen. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit problematic. Because we can check who actually was connected, because when I do a screen sharing,
they haven't possibility to connect, and they don't have material.
Anyways, the session is being recorded. I don't know how it happens on the server, but it's activated, so they always can take a look on the recording.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye bye. All right, so I really hope it's not others will come as well. Yeah, but who knows? The weather is really good. I just was in the park. It's fantastic. Hot, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How you said carts? Casts?
Car. In car is really hot.
In car. Yeah.
Black slow.
Is it black? Color.
Inside is black.
Oh. Well, yeah. All right, guys. So maybe we can continue talking about our things. Okay. So what were we about here? Tell me. What do we have here? The class of the cat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What else do we see there? The final means constant. So we have the constant integer unknown, right, with initial value. Why do we do that? Why do we need sometimes initial values? Because it might happen that we don't have the full information, right? And it means that we can still create the object, defining just a part of information, right? Yeah, well, we can add information at the creation of the object, right? Additionally, we can assign it afterwards as well. But right now the story was about just having a constructor. That's it. Okay. So why the last creation of object of the instance doesn't work? What's the reason for that? Why the last line gives the error? Because we don't have such constructor. Yeah. So if we would have additional constructor of the cat, which wouldn't have the string name, then yes, we could do that. But there is one thing, guys. Let's assume I will have the class of the cat, and I will create it in the project. So I'm creating the new class. I will call it the cat. I will take this. Yeah. like that. And I would say that, well, I don't have these things. So in the main one, I will have the cat, cat, new cat, and that will be working. A good question, why, right? Because we don't have this constructor. But if I would have some of them, right, then I wouldn't be able to use this. And the reason for that, for all of programming languages, guys, is that if we just specified constructor, so programming language assumes that we define the necessary one, and the default one without any code or and any parameter doesn't exist anymore. So that's the reason why the last code was erroring and we couldn't run that. Makes sense, right? So if you don't define constructor, you have a default one. If you define at least one, so you don't have a default one anymore. But in the same time, guys, you can always make one. Like if I would do the following, I would have it without any data. Yeah, and right now it would be working well because I defined a constructor. And it doesn't matter if there is the code or there could not be any single line of the code. It still would be working. Makes sense, right? Okay. So let's move forward. Okay. Well, we literally had to talk about this unknown, so we can just pass couple of slides. Yeah, so here, for example, when we don't have any parameter for the constructor, well, we can name the cat like a no name, like there is no any single name assigned to the cat. Same as I did, but with the empty line. And then this would be working, and this would be working as well. Okay, well, that's the overall idea. Okay, well, default constructor I already told you, so no need to talk like we would have such case. When we don't have one, we didn't specify better to say, then programming language gives its generated one. Okay, well, no, let's pause this. Let's pause this as well. This one is not really needed because we talked about a lot of stuff. Yeah. Maybe this example is not really needed so far, but you have to be knowing that it's possible to work with files. Okay, who remembers how did you work with the files using C++? Yeah, exactly. If stream, off stream. And as you can see, right here we have input stream and output stream, right? Yeah. So literal idea is very simple. We are having a stream of the data. We are having the cursor. If we are reading data, what means the cursor? We read symbol by a symbol, or a byte by a byte, or a buffer by the buffer. And we can literally have that information written maybe in the file, maybe on the screen as we wish. But again, this example is not really needed, but you have to know that these things are possible. Well, about the program design itself, maybe we can pause this one. About the coding stylistic. I'm more than sure that you had some classes related to clean coding. No? About different styles? No? Okay, from my experience, when there are some programming classes, students regularly have even classes related to so-called soft skills within programming. Okay, maybe not the case here. Anyways. Well, I don't really have slides about the clean code here. It's just a mentioning. Okay, let's just pause this. Here, okay, it's not really needed. This again is not really needed. Not really needed. No. Okay. The good thing is always how to say is found out struggling, right? Okay, it's very same, right? But anyways, so let's suppose you would be asked to make maybe a computer game, maybe the chess game, right? How would you do that? Can you imagine the process of creation of such well, such things? Especially when you know that everything, for example, in Java is being based on classes.
Probably make two classes, make three classes, one for board, one for black side of figures, and one.
Okay. A good idea. Yes, surely. Is there something that basically is the common fall of the figures? Maybe there is some information which exists in all of them, and it doesn't matter if it's black or white.
The moves, maybe.
No, this thing when you put on the chessboard,
Position, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we can call that X and Y. Yes. So they exist for all of them. Would it be necessary, for example, to write X and Y in each of the classes? Well, maybe not really, right? So what's about making the class and making, for example, a hierarchy of them? The first of all, you would really need to have an understanding if there is some figure on the board in the particular cell. And at the same time, you have to be able to say if there's no figure and if there is a figure. So literally, maybe I will switch through slides forward. And so it might happen that we would have something like a range of cells which we would be working. For example, there would be 64 in the end, right? Here we have an example for defining a two-dimensional array. So how it's different from one-dimensional? Well, we just add a dimension, right? So we have here double those brackets, empty, and here we say how many elements will be in each of those directions. But guys, since we had the classes about arrays, we understand it's not how many of them will be in every direction, right? Technically, it means different stuff, right? Who can tell me what it really means technically? Two-dimensional array. Is it really two-dimensional array? Is it really the table of cells? Or maybe it's something different technically. We had to talk about this on C++ classes. And there is something that that proves that it's not the table. So think, guys, think. Try to remember. It's not the table, but what is it, a two-dimensional array? Okay, maybe all students wrote something. Let's see. Okay, not really. So.
And some Y slots.
Slots. Okay, it's not the slots. No. Okay, we have 8 by 8, right?
Box. 8 boxes and 8 boxes.
It's like a
Table in the end, right? But it's not a table, it's something else. Obviously, yes, it's the array, it's the general.
It's like a table for lines or
Yes.
something.
Yes, exactly. It's okay. Maybe we can rephrase that, but actually, we have the array of 8 elements, and every of those elements they have 8 elements in themselves, right? Yes. Okay. And here we have a such thing as chess item, right? Which literally can be the common class for different figures. And then, I will describe you how this happens, and then we literally can do what? Well, we can literally convert that common element to a specific class. An interesting looking, right? Because looks like you have totally another data type, right? And suddenly you use another data type. Can you see it? Right? Okay, so a good question how this happens, right? Well, this happens in a pretty simple way. Okay, did I put that here? Yes. So literally, there are possibilities of making a so-called parent classes. You can imagine that the parent class is an upper statement in the hierarchy class. Guys, you can imagine it from in the aspect of the life in the following manner. So it wouldn't be 100% correctly, but you know, all of us we have parameters from our parents, right? Yes or no? At least pair of eyes, pair of hands, pair of legs, right? Like they had, right? Or they have this time. Literally here is the same. We by making the parent class, the current class, the child class, let's call it that way, it receives everything what is defined in the parent, plus its own parameters and its own methods. Makes sense, right? Okay. And what is interesting in programming, and it will be correctly for all of programming languages that use object-oriented programming approach. So, which means that parent class can be always rewritten as the instance of the child class, but not vice versa. I mean, the opposite. So which means that we can make the array of parent class, and we can to all different elements of that array, we can create totally different class elements, which are childs of the parent. Makes sense, right? Like we had in the example, here, right? All of them are chess items. But some of those chess items are king, queen, and so on and so on. That's the idea. We're good so far, right? Okay. The interesting thing, guys, is how constructors and how destructors work. A destructor is, destructor actually erases object data from the memory. So here we have constructors, and what can we say about them? Well, when we have constructor, we print something on the screen. Because we have the function to print. Okay, so when we create a child class, what happens? How can we know that we making the child class? Well, because we have constructors. So the interesting thing will be that to create a child, we have to have the parent created. Or again, analogy from the life, you couldn't exist without your parents, right? Yes. So same is here. So to create the child, we have to have parents created. So which means that when we run the constructor of the child class, firstly, before any instructions in the constructor, firstly, this constructor will run the constructor of the parent class, and if the parent class has its own parent class, then that constructor will be used. So which means that when we create the child class, an instance of the child class, firstly we will have a parent class created and parent constructor run. So that's what really happens. Okay. Well, I suppose more or less that would be clear. But let's make I wouldn't say a deep dive, but anyways, in this OOP stuff. So that thing which we took a look at, it called inheritance. If it's problematic to imagine how it looks like, I have even some picture. Yeah, here. Yeah, well, for example, this one, right? So okay, maybe it's not the best one, but anyways. So so you see by the sizes that each of the child classes has the parent class plus something its own, right? So you can imagine that egg is the parent class. This chicken is the child class of the egg, so it has everything from the egg. The pig contains the chicken plus something in addition, right? Cow contains the pig and something in addition, right? So literally you can imagine having the inheritance in a such way. So if we would be talking about exactly the chess game example, so it will be the following. So we have the chess item and all of other items, well, they're only child classes of the chess item class. That's it. Well, which means that well, every of the figures has position and some amount of points. Well, in some sort of computations, there are even so-called points are given for each of the figure. So sometimes this is needed as well, just for statistical data. But what makes them different? Types of movements, right? And we cannot really say that the type of movement of one figure is fine for another one, right? Because it's not so. Okay, maybe queen can take it. The rooks moves plus bishop moves, right? But it's another story. They have to be combined. Okay, so is the idea clear for you? Yes. Okay. Let's have a talk about such thing as encapsulation. Okay, so actually there are several terms of what OOP is about. If we would try to somehow simplify all of the terms, it will be not leading to reach to the unnecessary code and protecting the code. So I would simplify this in a such way. But we have such things as encapsulation, like controlling access to parameters, literally. There are even so-called internal states of parameters which can be checked, can be given as exceptional data, not the date of the parameter which we are reaching. And these things are pretty famous. From my personal experience, I would rather say it would be good not to overuse them, because as your code simpler, as it's better, really. Okay, controlling past arguments. Well, it's really an interesting thing, because you can always try to give. Okay, for example, dates, right? Okay, do we have any limitations for dates of the months? Yes. Well, the first, none of them reach the number 32, right? And some of them reach a smaller amount of numbers. But I suppose we can always remember which month has what amount of days by using a handballs approach, right? Everyone remembers this approach, right? No? Never heard about this?
I heard, but I don't remember.
You don't remember? You just put your two hands. Okay, maybe my hands are pretty fat, right? But anyways, you follow the ball, and literally you just go through them, and they're kind of switching between 31 day and less. No, you don't use that? Never? Oh, that's strange, but okay, fine. Okay, so when we talk about the February, okay, let's say some of the months has less than 31 days. But what about the February? Isn't it exceptional? Yes, it's exceptional. We cannot give 30 days of the February, right? Yes, no.
No,
30 days in February doesn't
29
exist.
and 28 days.
There are two types. If it's leap year or if it's not leap year, right? Okay, yes. So you have to be counting how many days are there for each of the years. Yeah, it's just one of examples. So you cannot just, give the value. Someone, the story is easy. If someone can break the system, they will break the system. So if you if you give a possibility to write a date 30, they will write date 30, even for February. And then system fails, and the clients become angry. Okay, so I suppose this makes sense. Yeah, minimizing errors when changing the class code. So this is the really vital thing. And to make the long story short, what I would like to say, there are just several approaches, or several, not really sayings, but rules which people follow. So the function, whatever method or function which you're making, should be running as less codes as you can implement it. And one function or one method per one ideological action. If you can do that, then you can make a simplified code. Well, by saying simplified code, I don't mean that it will do nothing. No, it will be doing great, but you will be easily reading that code. Okay. So we said the way our object interact with the third-party objects. Well, I would say, guys, this rule is mostly about a Dementor's law. Okay, who knows the Dementor's law? No?
Можете сказать по-русски?
Закон Деметра. Okay. But
Yes.
okay. Okay, I assume that that the only thing you can imagine is Demetrius from Harry Potter, right? Maybe that's the only thing. Okay, but the idea is very simple, guys. Oh, and by the way, there's one guy on the internet who can describe it much better than me about the Mentor's law. I can show you that guy basically, but I will still describe you that in my own way. Um, so, okay, we have all these two ones. No, it's well, yeah, unfortunately. Okay, they don't use this conversions of no, it won't give you those things. Okay, that doesn't matter. It is what it is. No, it will not give us a solution in such way written. Okay, anyways, idea is very simple. If we have objects in our system, those objects can be made by classes. So we have to specify how our objects work only and only with objects which they can communicate directly, and those objects should be working separately from main modules of the app. Okay, sometimes it doesn't happen this way, but you have to try it. In other words, guys, objects do not communicate with objects which they don't really need to communicate with. So don't make connections between elements which are not needed. Literally, that's overly that law. Yeah, go ahead. Don't worry. Don't worry. So literally, that's the idea. Okay, the polymorphism. So the polymorphism literally is related to varieties of the data. Okay, I know strange name of the slide, yes. Whales and cows, yes. Yes, and there is a zoological fact that the cow is much closer to the whale than, for example, a hippopotamus. Okay, strange thing, I know, strange saying, but let's think in a way of the data. Let's think in a way of coding. So let's assume that each of these animals is being represented as the class, right? Let's just make an assumption. Okay, so there will be some characteristics of each of those classes. Okay, so let's make, okay, everyone has good imagination, I suppose, right? Yeah, and we have corresponding pictures for sure. So let's make an assumption that we would like to convert a cow to the whale. Yeah, in the aspect of the data, in the aspect of the classes. So what do we know about the cow? Maybe 4 legs, right? 2 eyes, maybe saying moo and something else, right? Okay, how can we make the class that characterizes the cow? Okay, the cow class. Okay, what will be inside the cow class?
Color.
Okay, the color, yes.
The number of legs.
Okay, yes, amount of
Tail.
legs. Tail. Oh, yes, there is the tail, by the way, right? Here we have it. Yes.
The mouth, the eyes.
Well, obviously, yes. Okay, so conversion to the wheel. How could that happen? Well, the color is different, right? Okay, this, for example, transitional stage. Okay, the tail is different, right? Okay, some tail parameters will be changed, but still there will be the tail, and so on and so on. Okay, converting the class footer, what do we have? Well, we're just saying, well, there are no legs anymore, and maybe legs can be just replaced by some fish parts. Okay, well, why not? Why not? What's so funny, guys? Okay. So, in the aspect of the classes, we have parameters and we have methods, right? Okay. So, yeah, literally, you already mentioned those parameters, which could be included into classes, right? And some of them, how could they disappear or appear for those animals and a transitional animal we have? Well, we are changing the values of those parameters, right? Amount of legs becomes 0. Yes? Yes, for example. But parameter is still there. It doesn't matter then maybe the cow picture will be rendered by what's written in the class. The story is not about that. Okay, so another question is, if there are some parameters which are the same, is there a necessity to describe, for example, a pair of eyes several times? No. Correct answer. And the same for another parameters which are common for each of those animals we had on the previous slide. What does it mean? Well, it means we have the parent class and we describe the common parts of the animals there. And then we have the inheritance from that parent class to, for example, the cow class. And cow class has the whale class child, which modifies the cow. And we have seen in which way modifies, right? Okay, example is here. So we have the cow, okay, we have the name, and we have the color. Next, we have the whale, okay. The whale, just, okay, it can have another name. And how can we make this conversion? How can we convert the cow to the whale? So we have the cow, right? And we can create the cow object. We have the whale, and we can create the whale object. I suppose at this point everything is clear and understandable. Okay, but what if we would suddenly have functions? Okay, here we will have a color different and a name different for the whale. So literally, a restoration to the cow will not happen because, well, once we will run the print color and print name for the object, we'll be running that function which is more close to the description of the current object's class. When that method is inside the class, it's super close. I mean, it cannot be closer. It's just in the class. Okay, for example, here we have cow and it has 3 methods, and we have the whale and it has 1 method. Okay, then we have whale equal to whale, and surely the printout will be the whale, because it doesn't matter that here we have the print O into the cow method. the instance is of the whale. So primary, all of these functions will be served here. So can you understand, guys? We can create the basic class which can have implementation of the main logic. And then you can just change a little of that logic in every child class. And that makes a really complicated logical things. Well, such method actually is used even in computer games, by the way. When you run the name of the class and based on the child classes, you have a bit different implementation. It's really the thing which is being pretty famous in gaming industry. Okay, or maybe we can scroll this. Maybe we can scroll this as well. So another example. So we have the whale and we can create the whale, right? We can have the cow object and we can create the whale for the cow variable. Okay. So it doesn't really matter. So we have the uppercase, upper standing class, and we create the child instance of that one. Okay. Sometimes we have classes which are not connected between themselves. Such thing can happen. And the good thing in Java is that everything based on the classes, which means there is all classes hierarchy, the common hierarchy. And the upper standing class for all of the objects is called, for all of the classes is called object. So, which means, guys, that potentially you can create an object instance of whatever class you like. This is a small trick which is used by a lot of developers. So, which means that inheritance is not really needed if you do that only for such purpose. Make sense? Okay. The other thing is that if your compiler is working in the strict mode, then such opportunity is being restricted. If that's restricted, then what do you receive? You receive that the object is not the whale parent. But again, it's the it's the strict mode of the compiler, which is not activated, if I'm not mistaken, by default. Okay, calling an object method. Okay, well, I suppose we already had this example, so maybe we can just call that this as well. Okay. There could be tons of other examples related to the hierarchy and higher standing class usage. For example, animal and the cat. So is cat an animal? Yes, obviously. And is animal is the cat? No, because not every animal is the cat. Okay. Okay, here we could have another thing, which will definitely show a problem. So sometimes we would like to make conversions, maybe not to the basic data types, but maybe to the classes. So to represent the class, as it would be another class's object, or let's call it instance. So we would have class, cat, and somehow there's the wolf class, which could be even the sibling of the cat. Who knows? I mean, the cat class. But we cannot represent that cat as the wolf. even if this beast class was animal. This was just a common class, but specific instances class is cat. So you cannot do that. So what could be a possibility to fulfill the previous code in order to run that and run that correctly in cases when it's possible? Well, we can check what's the instance, what's the class of the object. So an expression beast instance of, and then the instance literally makes a comparison between the class of the beast in this case and the class of the wolf. Make sense? So that's the way how you can check if the beast is the wolf. If it's so, then we can make conversion. Or maybe better to say not the conversion, but representation. Okay. Here we have a pretty similar case. We would have the cow, which by the actions the whale. Then if cow class is the whale, then we can use the cow by the class of the whale. So we represent the cow as the class of the whale. In the same time, if the instance has nothing connected to the class we're trying to convert to, then we get a problem. Then we get an error message. Okay, the next thing, a method super. So what is the super method? The super method actually allows to execute the upper standing, and it doesn't matter by how many positions, literally the closest implementation of the function or a variable access. For example, we have a peacetime class and we have the p value, right? And we have the word time, which is the extension of the peacetime, and we literally modify the uppers. So by the super, we get access to the peacetime, and we run a get a p value exactly from the peacetime class. Make sense? So literally, that's the idea of the method called super. Okay, here we have another example, but okay, let's just pass that. Method overloadings. So method overloadings, well, what are they? Literally, we replace the function of the parent class with your own created function, which is being located in the child class. The only thing, guys, wait a bit. No, sorry, it was overridden. Overloading is when we have different set of parameter classes. So, which means that you can have the same named method, but parameter list will be different. And better to say parameter list by data types, not by parameters themselves. It's like with the constructor, you can run the constructor and then you can give, and depending on how many parameters did you give, you will run one constructor or another constructor. Okay, the next class, which is the must-have to to understand, at least to hear something about, is the abstract class. What is the abstract class? Well, in IT, sometimes abstract classes are called as interfaces. Literally, idea is very simple. We cannot make the instance of the abstract class, but in the abstract class, we literally specify what must be created in child classes. Must be created. So if you didn't implement something, you will get compilation error. Okay, maybe here it's not very correctly to maybe mention this one, but okay. If the abstract class has only the name of the function and doesn't contain even the empty body, then we literally can make the function itself as the abstract one. But again, it must be defined in the child classes. Okay. Okay. Let's. Okay. That's the end of that. Okay. All right. Well, I suppose, guys, that we will need to work a bit on the coding, right? Yeah. So what I would like to give you a task about, literally, you will need to create let's call it a beginning of the chess game. You will be implementing during the course, as you understood, right? Because nothing is mentioned just for mentioning, and you will need to make abstract classes. Sorry, not abstract classes, but the class hierarchy, which literally in every element of the chessboard you can create the element. I mean the figure. And you will need to implement the initial state of the figures as well as printing them out or in the terminal in the chessboard manner. So it's the work with the text, as you understand, or it goes without the graphics. And that's the first thing you will need to make. Don't forget that every figure has X and Y positions, so they will be added to every figure. Yeah. Well, for the printing, you can just use first letters of the figure's name to print them out. And at this moment, I'm not asking you somehow to specify if those figures are black or white. If you like, you can, but it will take for one symbol more, as you understand. Да, вам необходимо сделать эмуляцию доски с рендерингом в консоли, текстовым рендерингом. Sorry, it's not placed in the tasks here. Okay, if you need me to define this in the text, I can. Yes? Okay. Give me a second. Then I will define it in the text form. Okay, so I wrote that. You can refresh the page.
How the chessboard should look? Should look like a game, like just a kind of like game.
Well, you can think on that.
Because there's a lot of options.
Use the simplest one. How's it looking, guys? No, right? And how do we have here? Please? Okay, what's about the figures? Oh, okay, it's still working, right? Oh, you know, you put the direct one, so that's it. You have to put. You finished. Okay, maybe you can show some results. You know what's the problem? You didn't finish the class. You have to have otherwise the class isn't finished. In the results.
And the question is, how should I do it?
Maybe you should mention the letter or the figure first.
Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
if I don't have to do anything, it will still ask, no? Or do I have to select it in my
No, you can give the letter of the figure for each of the figure. How else will you see a result in the textual form? The result of text. If you want to have the separation of the empty cells, you can name, for example, uppercase letter E, like the empty white, and the lowercase e as the empty black. If you want to give descriptions of every of cells.
not sure yet. Should I?
Why are you trying to put that in the pink blue? It should be just a character. It's just a character, not a
So I don't enter anything?
Yes, because right now I'm not asking that figures should be moving.
Oh.
We just set up their initial positions and show on the screen.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Okay.
And afterwards, when everyone reaches that result, we can be trying to ask a user for the move from which cell to which cell. If that's a legal move, then we make it.
Understood.
Especially guys, it's really strange because in the slides you already had the almost full answer, almost the full code. In the codes of the slides. Should I show you particular places?
No.
No? No? Okay. No. If no, then no. It's not optimal. The next will be optimal when there will be the chess item.
This one.
Not much.
If I remember right.
Yes, it's one of course, yes, which you can take. Oh. Looks like easy task, right? If we define the just in words, right? But about implementations, we have to think, how is it possible to make them? So we're not good so far, right? No. Okay, then I will show you particular places which you can use. The first thing which you can try to use is a definition of all of those chess classes we have using the chess item. So that would be the one code which will be needed. Another one is related to placing figures in particular positions. Some of you might say that this would be working, but it's not so. Just example of the array and multi-classes elements. If more particular, then we have to find out the place where we set up elements on specific places, on specific x's and y's. If more correctly, then it was this code. So you see, here we have a definition of the playground, and here we say that at a specific location, there will be a specific figure. Then the rendering would be needed, showing in the console the board. So you can make the function, you can call that in whatever way, like a print on the board. And you can just go an element by the element, and you can just print symbols. How to make them? Well, you can use some additional parameter here called maybe character, and you can set up that okay, not here, but yes, here, the character, and you can set up the character in every of these classes, and you will be using that character. So again, the name of the character will be in the chess item, so it will be used in every class. I mean that parameter. If you like, you can create the function, the character, and that will give you different characters. So you can just override that. The question, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the question?
Um,
You have errors?
yes.
Okay,
That's
let's
not
see.
the only thing.
Let's see what you have.
So let's just look at the error for a second. I'm just gonna try to understand the task completely. So these are the board cells from 0, so basically it's 1, 3, so it becomes 1, 4. Understand that right? So it's for the king.
But you don't have the class king, right?
No, I don't.
So you don't have to create. Otherwise, well, you're creating something that is not defined.
So I have to use it.
Not this one.
No, this one.
Let's go further. Yes.
This one.
Yeah.
So I have to basically just paste this in.
Yes.
And bring something up.
Somewhere before the chessboard class. Before the
Oh,
chessboard
before the
class.
class. Oh,
Yeah.
so like here.
Yes.
So let's just paste it here.
Make all of those classes public, otherwise it will ask to place them in different files.
Just public class.
Yes.
What about this private static chessboard? Should it be public as well?
No, not sure with it.
No, public static.
So you see the arrows disappeared, right?
Just item is public, should it be directly just item?
Okay. Then just click on the possible solution. I can show you here. Whenever the cursor and the error, so we have possible solutions, and we can create subclass. No, class. In the class chess icon. So actions. Class in Java.
Oh, so basically.
Yeah, in a such way, yes. If it doesn't allow it, then just use
it. So for example,
put the cursor on the file where you have the error.
Oh.
Then
okay, so yeah, they're fixed.
So, but others are not.
Oh,
Yes.
Make class, yeah.
Here you have that open. Yeah. Because you have tabs on as well. So how's the progress? Something. But I said it, that it's not what you need.
It's not good.
You need to. Okay. So have you ever seen chessboard? Of course. Yes. Okay. If you would like to play the chessboard in a social way, 8x8 symbols. How would you do it? You would go cell by cell, right? And you would say, if there's the root, then you would put R, right? If there's the king, then you would put K, right? Okay, as I said, you can use for blacks maybe lowercase letters, and for whites, you can use uppercase letters. So you have to have a playground 8x8. And by the way, again, I will show you that particular part in the codes where we have that. Please take a look on TV. So you see, right? We have the playground, and this is the apps, and this is the higher. Oh, what's that? What should we do? Okay, so the chess item, right? So it's the upper class. So it means in that place you can put whatever child class instance. No. So да.
Получается, ну, доступ сделал, ну как бы.
Чуть А где она?
Вот, если ты пользуешься классом, оно почему-то выдает ошибку. Хотя прописан сайт.
Что такое LT у нас? Это у нас же HTML символ находится. OS. Ну вы просто копируете откуда-то это все. Я тоже. Ну, я же вижу это, что конечно, это как копировать сайт, да? Ну да. Потому что это HTML символ. Вместо вот этой комбинации у нас знак меньше. Это вы заметили. Потому что на сайте вы не можете эти символы использовать. Они часть тегов. Okay, let's see what we have here.
It runs. That's all it does. It just
Yes, because you're not printing.
Yeah, no. At least it runs. That's all it matters.
So what we need to do, you have to create a character variable, right? Which will be used for all of the classes. And within each class, you have to specify that. Like king will be K, queen will be Q, and so on.
So, what about the void cells?
Okay, so you have 8 by 8, right?
Yeah.
The first we make assumption is the row. The second is the column, right? So you can always go from a 0 to 7 for the rows, and you can go from the 0 to the 7 for the columns, right? And you can just print those letters. Empty cell can have its own letter, like E, answer.
So basically, I just need to print out an 8 by 8 board.
Yes.
I understand that. So should I do this? Okay.
Ну, уже правильно, у вас начало хорошее. Просто под цветом. Цвет белый, цвет. Цвет прямо маленький. То есть, вы можете просто задать от книги к другому. Да. А color остался. А вот скоро. Ну, смотрите, где оно заканчивается. Ну, а чесборд, где оно заканчивается? Он не закончился. Ну, конечно. Ну, а чес айкон у вас нет. О, чес айкон нет. Классно, нет вообще. Откроем Павла, пацаны. Класс Павла. Ну, допустим. Ну, вы взяли же не оптимизировали все, здесь ребята классы. Надо было на 2 слайда ниже опуститься. Вот, на 2 слайда ниже. Вот. Это то, что нужно. Ну, да.
So I'll just basically do this.
Okay,
first.
looks great.
I'll do this first, but what about the pawns? How should I do the pawns? Should I do every single one? Like 1,
yes.
1, 2, 1, 3? this.
Because it's just a copy paste of the printed concept.
Yeah. And then 1 5 is only bishop on the right. Another bishop.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. And just keep continuing in that way. Any issues?
But I may import. Oh,
Again, yes. But this is not needed. So what you do? You just make the area itself. But you have to print 8 by 8.
Over here is Lucas.
Where do you have such classes? Okay, wait. What if I would say that you would have given the character of each of these objects, of each of these classes? What is that for character and print it out? Character. Simple. No clue, right? No. Okay. No clue. So, right. Good. Okay. Yeah. No, she's like, oh, you have to. No. Oh, no, it's a thing, yes. Next.
Ne?
Here.
Czego wybrasz?
Here you can specify. Or maybe we can do that by the function. Oh yes, maybe by the function. And it shouldn't be the abstract. Oh, actually.
No, bishop one to proceed.
So if you do that in such way, maybe you can do abstract.
Bishop.
Yeah,
Deci tot spusează tricșe. Bishop is like super. Cum poate? Am plus câtărit. Întâi, deci nu aștept că vreau deci nu de aici, vreau să și Toronski, vreau așa. Nu știu de vreau. Подтвердительно берем фиксирующий.
Okay, maybe in such way. And if you begin, please, yes, and here you have, for example, P letter, you will have Q and so on. So each figure has a letter.
Yes, also to print off.
Yeah, because here we will have to print the characters, right? So that's what we are giving them. Okay, looks awesome.
So I'm done with the white side of the board and the black one. So I think it's did everything alright. So 8, 1, yeah, I think it's done now. I lost what to do next.
You have indexes, right? So what does it mean?
Index with
You can go to indexes from 0 to 7 and from 0 to 7, right?
yeah.
Okay. The figures have characters.
But characters.
No, not yet. So please make characters for every of the figures.
So for every, so basically A, B, C. So
Yeah,
any
okay, U, V, like the
Oh.
bishop, for example.
Okay, so there's a lot of errors as you can see.
No, not well, not really. Maybe only with the colors or like.
Yeah, probably with the colors because they have a lot of errors before as well. So either I remove everything here or
No. Things will be fine. We can change that a bit. So let's change. So the first of all, what you can do, you can make a function character. Let's go to
oh, so basically you just have to name it.
return. You can even make it difference between black and white cell if you like. So MTZ, right?
So basically
Bishop will become B. If you want to make a difference, like for example, having uppercase and lowercase for black and white, then they're changing this.
oh, so I don't need to create like a lot more of these just for black or
No, it's,
Or
it's,
what
not,
can we
it's
use
not good because on every one you can have. You know why you have this? Because you don't have constructors. Okay. Here we have some nonsense. Actually, I should read it that way. Here you can add the color.
so in black and white.
Yes. So, for example, I don't know, white can be 0, black can be 1, for example, and you can just put that into the name of a words from words to the color, for example.
So for example, we can just write 0 and for black 1.
Yes, and you would define this.
Yeah, I'm defining this. Okay. What's next?
You can just state in such an int 0, 1. It's incorrect, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 0, 1 could be a comment. What the color can be equal to. Parameters name color, right? Not 0, 1, not color.
Yeah. So we have to write this.
You have to write color.
Color.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess.
COLOR, right?
Yeah. Okay. Color.
0 out, 1 out. It's just a regular variable definition.
I'm confused. Really confused right now.
Same as here, but color instead of X and or Y.
Oh, so instead of X and Y, okay.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. What did you do?
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I understand now.
And then, notice, as you started doing here, it's almost correctly, but if we have a 0 and 1, then we can use And then here, well, you don't really need to execute this one. You just say
This,
dot, what was that, color, right?
yeah.
Color is equal to color which comes from the argument. And semicolon for sure. Yeah. So if you made that in a diagram, so that would be the solution.
Okay.
And then if you would go here in a chessboard, then we have the king, right? So when you have the king, find out.
King is.
Then change here to a one instead of color white. Sorry, to
So just
zero.
one.
Yeah,
Okay.
zero. And on the bottom, for the king, change the color to one.
Oh.
And that's it. So you see, you don't have error those lines, right?
So basically I have to do this to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, understand that. So basically just copy from this to this and just paste it on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, I do that correctly. Oh, guys, we have to take the break, right? Okay, so let's take the break for 10 minutes. Because looks like brains are melting, right?
Acho que já tira o
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
How I need to make a position for chess items?
You have the board, right?
Yes, I have all finished it now. I just don't know where to write position for the heads on board.
Yeah.
I don't know what Ruby is doing here. Well, I don't know where to put working position.
Listen, this is fine. Yes. So, I don't know what we did here. It's not how it had to be.
I just thought in file I cannot write this.
Incorrect.
Okay.
So we have the chessboard, right? So you have board, the chessboard, right? We'll change that to chessboard. It's not zero. It was all. Okay. So it will be a group, and what do we have after them? We have so, it should be. What does this mean? You made subclasses. Okay, you made subclasses. Okay, then it makes a sense. We'll put another rook on another position.
class is perfect. Value in Java. Now the final. Really? Come, come. Just work out. Because we just shoot in that way.
So you see, right? Yes. Literally at every position you place them, you see them.
Okay. So, I mean, a couple of I guess. Every single one. So, for example, returns P for pawn. B for bishop, knight for K for knight, rook for pawn, and T for queen. King. So, next I need to do chess ball. I have to show it chess ball. So,
you have numbers, right?
Yep.
Do you remember when we have the array, right? We go through that using two forms, right? One outside, one inside, right?
Inside,
by rows, and within each row we go by columns. Yes. So it's the same what you can implement.
So basically I have to put it in the main list.
I would say that it could be another function. Or just prints this information.
So I just have to make it, I guess. So basically new chessboard.
No. Listen, you have that board, right? Oh, wait, you made that in the main, right?
Yeah.
But make var board as the class board variable. So why wouldn't you take this one? Let's say copy. Here, let's say we pulling that inside. And here we are erasing.
So more forward.
Var can be used when we say that the class will be automatically assigned. I don't know where you received that var from. Maybe it was in one of my examples.
Yeah, it was able to assign.
Okay, so get board. Get board.
And you will be like this.
I don't
Use the.
Why you're not using cells?
Yes.
If you make this. Because it's cells. Why we need this?
We don't need this.
We don't need this, yes. And this is not needed as well. So So what you do? Well, I suppose you raise this one and you put cell in all of these boards.
Instead of board,
Yes.
cells.
Yes. Because you see, you don't need to make it more complicated.
So basically do everything.
Yeah. Just continue.
File like this side.
Yes.
Cells.
And then what you have to do, well, can you run it because I suppose there will be some errors.
Configurations. I usually just build it first.
Okay, then build it.
This is the problems.
Okay, where is that?
Move queen in the queen. So I don't need this right now. Because I'm not moving any pieces right now. I'm trying to make it just go. So I can just delete it.
Yes.
I don't need it. So I'll delete from others as well, I think. Oh, on the rest. Yeah, I think it's everything. Yeah, king move. Yeah, so I'll just leave all of these.
So what else? Delete that. Let's see where is it.
It starts from here.
Cells, point cells.
Oh, yeah. So you need one of the cells.
And point as well, yes.
So just name it cells and that's it.
Yeah.
You didn't see it on the space.
Same for me. I was like, okay, that's
It's not red.
Yeah.
Is it the wrong place there?
Okay, and then, yes, on the bottom side it's the same.
I'll just do it from here.
Yeah. Yes. It will be fine.
Cells.
And what is missing here?
Okay, so static complex.
The other question I would like to ask you is why the hell you have class chessboard and inside it you have class game?
Class game. Oh, so
Erase that game wrapper, yes.
Yeah, just delete this.
And the curly bracket on the bottom. One. Yes. Okay. The next thing, you see you have the static main function, which means your main function is not binding to the instance of the chessboard class, right? So which means that you can work within these functions only with the same values, or let's call them maybe variables, which are which belong to the class. So you have to write public static chess item. No. Not there, but in the middle of that. You have non-static one, so you have to write static.
Okay.
So that cells will belong to the class. And right now the function belongs to the class. So let's imagine you have two objects, and you have the function which belongs to the class, and you have such code, which means on the one instance you have cells, on the other you have cells. So which cells it will be using? That's the problem in the logic, right? So here we say, okay, we have the cells that we define only once for the class. So we can use them.
So we have two cells, but by using your example. So,
Two
but
cells.
so yeah, two items that are two results, right? Right. And then I misinterpret something else.
No, you made that correction. It's difficult to the only reason is the printer.
So you should basically print out, let's just okay, so what do I do this now?
Well, you have to use another function, which most likely will be static. And which will go to all of indexes, and for each element you reach, you try to get the symbol.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, so it's probably be public static focus. No?
Yeah, the same like you have the function. Yeah. Okay, well, looks like you are doing the same, right? Okay, and what do we have here?
Fica de pacaína atrás, não tá? Acest bol se.
Pacaína, mane și.
Doi pavistesc de nekom svijetu i se. Paprasta, kako se to
Правильно?
А может там подарить?
Well, here you can start to make things different, so yeah. So that's it's a bit different.
Like this, yes.
Yes, exactly. It's totally correct. The only thing, as I said, if you like, you can somehow make them different. Like which one is white, which one is black. It's up to you. You can use uppercase letters, lowercase letters.
You can use W for white, so basically WQ, white green, black green.
Can we use any kind of libraries or?
Is it needed?
Or colors? Or is it already implemented?
Colors? Well, which colors you mean?
White.
Or
is
You
it
mean in the output?
yeah, like in the example.
You mean here, right?
Yeah. Is it possible?
Yes. I'm not really sure about the community version, but it has to be possible. Give me a second.
Ai rašyt public čia sport.
Aš jau padariau? Gerai. Nu, tai atrodo gerai.
Turiu klausimą. Man yra вопрос.
Сейчас посмотрим. Именно то, что не нужно было.
Так и должно.
Да. Ну, тут надо понимать, что опыт приходит через страдания, поэтому...
Я еще не понимаю.
Поэтому нужно пытаться, и ну, это нормально, что так много времени занимает это все сначала. Это норма.
Aš taip jau, aš taip jau čia yra ta klasikiniai
Обычно пожелал еще завтра будет.
И послезавтра.
Да, и послезавтра удаленно. Sorry?
You need to upload
No, not really, because we will be using this. So just don't lose this. If you need, I can make upload section, so you will be using. Okay, I will make one so you can upload and then you can use that afterwards. No, how you will need to do that? You will have to open the folder where you have the project. So it will be open in Explorer. Yeah, so here we have it. And then you will have to select maybe compressed folder. Yeah, and you can upload that. So give me a second. I will make that section. Okay, what happens?
Someone forgot class his name.
Hmm? What happens?
Someone.
What happens? Well, what was it correct?
Yes, all was correct. Yes. Public class for this. No, not super board.
Are we done today? No. We done today? Because I really need to go.
Only you, right?
And me.
Okay. Okay, so okay, guys. So how do you feel yourselves? Are you capable to continue? Because some of students already given up.
I'm about to give up. I'm not even done.
Oh my. Okay, but again, I made the file storage, right? Here we have it. So please upload your projects. It's not for the mark. It's just so we next time take in the project and we are working on that.
And it does help with the report as well. With the report as well. Well, that we have to write at the end of the practice. Most of it.
Lauryna, čia kitokia praktika. Čia ne įmonė.
Tai skirti raportų reikia.
Tai čia tikrai. Čia vyksta paskaitos.
Tai žinau, kad paskaitos yra.
No, I don't know. That's different.
Logistika irgi reikėjo jam parašyti. Jiem buvo irgi.
Bet jie nebuvo programavę. Mes darom darbą su viską patį.
I didn't get what you were talking
We are talking today, yeah. So.
I was thinking
well, as I understood, you were telling that you just working on.
Yeah, I thought that we have to write a report at the end of the practice.
Report?
Yeah, but that's not
the project, the final project.
Yeah, but the final project. This is a different practice than report.
But what is the report? What actually is the report?
So we have to report what we did during the whole.
Oh no, that's for the internship. It's different.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you call the realization as practice.
Yeah,
But actually, the name of the practice, it's English name here. So we cannot say the same in Lithuanian, I suppose, because I'm just thinking, even in Latvian, we wouldn't call that as the practice, because the practice you're thinking about is the internship.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
So it's totally different thing.
when you're doing a work corporation or something like that.
Okay.
Here you can name this. That practice means intensive course.
No.
So we can name it in such way.
Now I might need some help. I'm kind of stuck here. Okay, so I need to create a new class for the board. If I'm not gonna.
Why are you doing that?
Okay, so I don't need.
I didn't say you that.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye guys.
Goodbye.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, so I have everything here. I just need to create a chessboard for the.
You have the chessboard.
Oh, so this is the chessboard.
Yes, cells is the chessboard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
You need to have a function that prints.
okay, so that prints out basically the dots, the empty spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it prints out the correct space, the pawn, the knights, and the bishops.
And you already have those spaces where it is by indexes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now.
Do you need help? I can help you in a minute.
I
If you like.
do need help.
Okay, give me a moment. So what we will be doing, I will copy this. I will put that inside. I will use this. Here we will have anything, and I will put it print.
Okay.
Yes. And here you can go to these indexes and you can print out data characters.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So I need to print out basically this.
Yes.
Okay, and for the empty spaces, I know.
At the correct positions.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of work.
No, it's not.
It is for me at least.
You go by indexes.
Okay. So we need to print it. So wait, by indexes, so basically rough.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
I'm trying to understand the.
You can have the array in which you have the first and last elements filled. How would you print that? You will go from the element 1 to the element 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you will print out each character you have, if you have. You have character you print that. You don't have to make the space. You don't have space. You don't have space. You don't have space. And then you get character you print that out. Ну, все хорошо. До завтра.
Okay.
So that's the idea.
Okay, so basically, just if there's something in there.
Please remember one thing, that the class item can have the character as well.
Mm-hmm. So for the pawn, it's key.
Yeah, and for the empty, it's E.
Oh.
Example, right?
Uh-huh.
And here you're overriding that.
So I need to change return to E. Change E to E.
Yes. Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So everything's.
So all of those things will have letters.
Okay.
By calling functions. For empty spaces, it will call from chess item.
Mm-hmm.
For figures, it will call from corresponding figure.
So it's pawn goes, but I guess.
Or bishop or whatever.
Yeah, 1-0 is P.
Mm-hmm.
1-1 is P. Okay.
Yes.
Now.
For
first cycle. I say it like that. So 4.
all rows.
So all rows. So
int I equal to 0.
0.
Semicolon. semicolon,
Semicolon.
I less or equal to 7,
7. Oh,
equal,
equal.
semicolon, I plus plus, bracket open, bracket,
Bracket open.
yes, and copy the same inside
This thing.
the whole look.
Okay.
You could just put on the right side and change package.
But I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Сначала говорит подарить массив, имя массива это типа matrix.
Correctly, yes, matrix, yeah.
No, it's J. Yeah, I kind of forgot these things.
I for row, J for the column.
I kind of forgot these things. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like I haven't used them in a while. So. Okay, so next.
Okay, the next. Okay, so the next will be system. Out. Print, yes. Cells. I. J. And when we end the row, as you understand, we are given a new line, right? Okay, so literally that's it. No, sorry, point C.
Okay, I got
Symbol.
Yeah, I gotta review these things again because I completely forgot.
Then we take this, and in the end, when board is done, we're printing it and such. And let's see, compile it or build it and show.
Find it. No.
Yes. So which is items. Well, you will have to try to find out. Okay, cells is no. When it can happen.
That's what also.
Oh, yeah, kind of printed
Yeah.
half of it.
Yeah, so it printed apart. Yes.
But it doesn't print
empty spaces.
Empty spaces.
So maybe you have to go to all of them initially, and you have to create items for the whole board, I suppose.
So I have to create items for the empty spaces.
Yeah. You can do that in the loop, as you understand.
In the loop, so I go about creating empty spaces again.
Yes, I will check what happens in the string. Okay, so no one is here. Okay.
Что это такое цикла?
What's your progress?
I'm trying to separate the black and white pieces.
Okay, great.
Man nevyksta dalykas, man visiškai galima skaityti. phone. It's somebody school knowledge for people reading.
Guys, I will leave you for some 5 minutes. Okay?
Yeah. Just item. Yeah. Mamma, mano,
To panašiai, bet aš dabar maniau, kad yra skirtingas arba spalvos, arba tiesiog išvis.
tai užkišau, man atrodo. Bet короче, jau Osulaitis greičiau už mane padarė, nes aš žinau. Tai va taip. Ne. Taigi, po forciklų. O taip antro. Gerai, nu tai taip. O.
Ja, tik aš negaliu nulemti.
Kažkur suprantu, palauk dabar ant gyvenų reikia.
Žinai, aš noriu nesuprantu autorius kampys, pagalvai, kad pakankamai.
Tai man nieko nepasidarys. Jo, okay. Čia reikia uždėti 4 šimtus. Kada man duoti autors? Tada nebesuprantu, kas čia vyksta. Just items sells for šituo.
Tiesiog kokį taisykį. Daryti. Tas pats.
Bet tavo 8 man 7.
Tik pas man nelygybės, man pastatė yra lygybė. Viskas lygybė.
Čia vaizduoja. O, bet čia nereikia. O, taip. Ja. Jo.
Išrinko palikti 6 kliautus.
Ne, man kaip tik reikia jų.
Pas mane tušti.
Nu, tai pastatė tušti, pas mane ne. Pas mane kalba ir pastatė ne. Sakau, ir labai.
Короче, daryk tada 7.
Tai...
Lygų 7.
O,
Lygybė daugiau.
Labai žinau. No, it says you have no print symbol. Symbol nereikia. Šitam ne? Nereikia.
Čia ir tavo turėtų pavarti 5 filmų, turi system, out, print ir toks pavarti.
Ne, bet visi ne. Čia saitė? Ne.
Cells.
Jo, self. Ne?
Ne, palauk.
Undoingsiu pažiūrėsiu. Tiesiog.
Tai buvo tipo simboliai. Ne simboliai.
Oh my god. O, ne, dabar pakolį, man atrodo, duodu. Ne, item.cells. Bet kaip man, to rydį nereikia rydį parašyti. Cells. Čia cells, bet va čia yra cells.
Taigi čia...
Jo. Nu, cells tiesiog. Bet
bandyk.
Čia saitėmus.
Palauk. Man atskirai galbūt pasidarė.
Kaip sakau, kuri man. Man visgi toks koks, nesakau, kada visai man toks. Čia toks perėda per visas lygmenis šitas. Cells.
O dar ten buvo kažkokie simboliai.
Andriusiu, po sugrįžtant gerą dalyką tokį. Nu, čia man, ne?
Neće na manu. Će tamo. Ou ne dogadēsim intervijas. Ba, će malo da. Kada bi jokas?
Daram doing.
Just like, no.
Das, aber что с ним?
А? О,
Давай, короче, как это
ну.
Ты, короче,
Well, cheat one.
да.
Вот это.
Да, посылка.
No.
Нет, это система.
Ну,
короче. Нет, что-то.
Не, вот это.
Не. Короче, все, где?
Чем-то.
Где? Подожди. Что
Считываешь.
Ты считал это, короче.
Опять я кругом.
Или плюс не было другого.
Ну.
4.
Сейчас так.
Да. Давай,
А, читай, наверное. Читай.
Нет. Вот.
Ну, шли поводу по границе.
Kaip sekasi, aš jau daug padaręs. Tarim pavyko šitą apką padaryti, kad skirtumas būtų tarp tautų ir javų. Jo, sakėm, galima pažymėti kažkaip ar ne. Tai visose padarė.
Nelabai daug.
Ar jūs padarė tiesiog chess pieces?
Chess pieces.
Ai, ne.
Follow, night.
Mes galime simbolius.
Nights, separatus.
Tai jo, man tas pats matyti viešo.
Reikia pakeisti truputį.
Būtent su spalvom, bet čia neįsti pas spalvom, ką reiškia.
All right, so what's the progress?
That's good. You're working.
Oh, I see you got the result, right?
Yes, it's it should be good, hopefully. Okay, I just kind of changed
4
it.
gaps, yes, between them. Yeah.
Yeah, I can change it, it was KK, so it makes sense. So just
Good that not 3 in a row, right?
at least. There's like you can customize, but how can I do this now? You
Customize what exactly?
different colors. So for example, like I guess the whites.
Well, you can make that based on the color. If it's 0, then uppercase letter. If it's 1, then lowercase letter.
I think that's for another day.
Okay. Anyways, that would be for tomorrow. I
Yeah,
suppose.
Good idea.
Today is not my day. I can tell. I'll just save it. Save I think I saved it hopefully.
And the file storage, right? Then you can
Storage.
upload that.
Now I gotta find where I saved it.
Нажать посылку, считал SC, дальше.
No, there's much easier. It says the correct file.
It'll find the file.
Better to take the full project.
Then,
Open in Explorer.
is the
But take the full project.
project.
Yeah, in the project. Go there and compile this and upload that.
I'll just paste it on here because I like to keep backups
Keep it back up on the server. Just in case. So, I suppose you should even show it for time. Let's go on the bottom.
Goodbye.
Yeah, have a nice day, guys. No, this is fine. I suppose it's only at the printing problem.
I mean, it should be like,
It should be done.
yeah. Next time.
On the bottom. So you have Y, you have X. You use X for the first is the row, second is the column. You change them.
Oh.
If you change them correctly,
X, Y, Z.
first is the row, second is the column. And now if you will run that, it will be correct.
Oh.
Yeah, you see.
Now, what if I put 3 dimensions, so it would be Z? Or
Depending if we're looking into Z direction. If yes, then yes. Then we would use the biggest, then smaller, 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 smaller. If Z is distance between the eyes and items, then it would be then Z would be the outer loop. So everything is cool. So I recommend you to save the project.
how do you do that? The compression?
Yeah, compressing that. And yes, I do achieve. Okay. So you have it here, right? Yes. What I do, not the folder, but the file you after compression. So what do we get? You have currently used. Okay, maybe it happens that way. I don't know how students see that. Is it correct?
Should be okay.
Okay. Okay, it's there. So I suppose things are fine.
Maybe.
So what's correct?
Should be. It still saves our.
Yeah, the toner will be working here anyways. Okay, then things are fine. Unfortunately, it's not really clear what happens for the remote students. Yeah.